Véletlenül kibújtál anyád szoknyája alól?
Gone weaker than well, that's the end of you. Fucker! What have we got? You call that the PC? Some fun at last.
I'm going. The knees, have you?
Oh dear, that hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Bollocks. Come and get it. You're dead. Ah! Take that.
Oh, Christ.
Miss?
Yeah. Yeah.
God's blessings.
Is there someone?
But
No, thank you.
God be with you. There. Satisfied?
God save you, good.
I wanted to. Do you happen to know where the brawlers?
I've not got the slight.
You haven't heard talk.
Well, I have heard some things.
And who's the most freak?
Miller Simon. They say he's rich with coin, and it's not from the mill.
Anyone else?
Aye, there's
Thank you, Inky.
not at all. Take care now.
Yeah.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Have you noticed any...
And what's your...
You don't...
And why would...
But they be the...
I grant you that. Well, we don't have an executioner, just a knack.
What can you tell me about...
Decent folk don't talk about him.
I was hoping you'd tell...
Why should I care about him? He lived...
Thank you for the help.
Not at all. Take care.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on there? What's it to be?
What? Jesus!
What's that? Hey, who's there?
What have we here? Jesus! Come now. what do you think you're doing? Get the hell out of here. Hey. What's here? Hop it.
Let everyone see him disgraced.
Give me something to drink, please. Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you a hundredfold. You have a good heart.
God save you, good night. What can I do for you?
About Sasau. Anything fishy going on in these parts?
There certainly is. Candles are being stolen from the church, as brazen as that. What sort of people do that?
Ah, but have you heard of anyone around here hiring adventurers and bandits?
How would I know that? Most people avoid talking to me. I don't even go to the tavern much these days.
Thank you.
Very well.
Yeah!
At the miraculous items on offer today for a fraction of their true value. Powder made of the bones of Saint.
Yeah! Ah!
Yeah. Yeah.
Cry like a little lamb.
Good God, you look.
Let's talk about... Satisfied?
You won't convince. Aye.
Eh? God save you, good night. What can I do for you?
I've got a few questions for you, Bailiff, if you don't mind. Have you been having some trouble around here?
And what business is it of yours? Did someone complain? Who sent you here?
No one complained, though I'd be interested to know why you think they might. It was Lord Radzig who sent me. He'd heard word that some unsavoury characters are holed up round here.
Begging your pardon, but what the devil does Sir Radzig care about it? And I keep hearing the same from Sir Sebastian, and he's got no dog in this fight either.
You have an inn and the horse trails cross here. There must be many travellers come seeking work, and not all of them honest men.
Aye, it's true. Bedlam has broken out once or twice, and restoring order was no easy matter.
Has there been anything like that lately?
No, it's been quiet here lately. Now that I think about it, I don't recall coming across anyone here like that.
Nobody looking for soldiering work, maybe as a merchant's guard?
There's always one or two like that. But if they don't get the job, they move on.
Sir Sebastian? Who's that?
Sebastian Baron von Berg. He's here under monastery law to protect us against all this unrest in the land.
Why should he care about the city? That's not his jurisdiction, is it?
Quite true. I'm in charge of this city, but he keeps telling me I've got cutthroats hiding around here, and I should be more vigilant. The goal of the man.
Have you heard any talk of strangers in the town? Maybe people acting oddly?
Nothing worth mentioning. Sure, there's been some talk about the miller. Folks saying they've been seeing him doing this or that, or people visiting him at night, but he's never done anything. He's a decent enough man, for a miller.
I'll try asking him if he's heard anything.
He lives on the other side of the river, by the bogs. But don't go getting your hopes up. He might not be able to help.
I heard some recruiters are meeting in Sasau. Seemed likely they get up to mischief and people might complain.
Do you think that people here complain and I don't do my job? Nothing of the sort. Old Lederman's the only one that comes complaining, but I pay no heed to him.
And what does this Lederman complain about?
Lederman is our local tanner. Lives by the quarry, which is where... Well, some youngsters go there to wrestle.
They go there to fight, and that doesn't bother you.
Why would it bother me? Much better to brawl there than in the tavern. At least in the quarry they can't damage anything but each other. And my catchballs go by there from time to time to keep an eye on things.
Thank you, Bailiff.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
What was that?
Who's there?
Look out!
Looking. for
God
someone?
almighty, has something happened to you? Did someone steal your fancy clothes?
Tanner, I've heard all's not well with you.
It's better now. I must have eaten something bad.
No, I mean you've complained about some ruffians raising hell behind your house.
Aye, true enough. That lot's been a thorn in my side. And when I went to tell them to take it elsewhere, they nearly beat me to a pulp.
If you want, I'll take care of them.
Well, you look like you could move mountains, but there are several of them and just one of you.
Perhaps we'll be able to settle things peacefully.
Maybe. They might think twice before kicking your arse.
Perhaps I can reason with them. It doesn't have to come to blows.
Well, break a leg, lad. Or better yet, don't. But if you manage to pull it off, you'll get your reward. Don't worry.
Good luck then.
Yeah.
Vegetables. Look, smell. Aren't they lovely?
Has your manhood been whittled from the blade? Then by
Chicken
this
and bacon. You have it all.
Huh? Good God, you look See you later.
Can we do something about the price?
Well,
Satisfied?
you're a ripe.
Can you show me how to...
Certainly.
I'm interested in...
Wouldn't you rather learn?
I'd like to practice the...
All right, but now pay. See you later.
Hold faith in the temple of Jerusalem.
Let's have a word about the... Satisfied?
It'll take more than that. See now?
No luck at dice? Rabbit paws of all colors, shapes,
Garlic
and...
soup for the winter, onion soup for the spring.
Yeah.
Good day.
I'd like to make use of the...
Uh-huh.
Get myself...
As you wish.
Fine.
I'm sure you'll... God be with...
Yeah.
God save.
Any chance of some...
Well, come to think, he said he'd come from the Holy Land.
I see.
Well, I heard he had some fragments, but by the time he reached me, he had no pieces left of the sword.
And where did the...
He sold them off to swordsmiths and blacksmiths hereabout. Can you even imagine what power it would command?
Isn't it a bit strange that...
Are you suggesting he might have been lying? Well, people aren't to be trusted, but this is nothing to joke about. God would smite him in a flash if he made light of holy relics that way.
I could do with a sword like that. What if you sold it to me?
Well, everything has its price, but this one would be expensive. Getting hold of the bits is one thing. Forging them back together is quite another. That tinkerer from Ratite couldn't manage it.
Where can I find the powers?
Like I said, the smith hereabouts bought them from him. They say the largest piece is with the Ratite swordsmith. The bastard probably won't want to sell. But if you manage to swipe it somehow...
Well, it does sound very...
Excellent. God be with you.
I'd like to discuss...
Since you're a right... Aye. Bye.
Let's talk...
Well,
Are we agreed?
I'd almost... Aye. Goodbye.
Let's have a word about... What about that?
It'll...
What do you say?
Close.
Yeah.
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
God be with you.
Let's talk about the price. Are we agreed?
It's not worth it to me.
Good luck then.
I'd like to...
Well,
Agree?
it'll take more than... Aye.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Can I sleep?
Hi, we're
Just...
Take care.
hard the ground shook.
You're an arse. You'd better hope I don't shake you.
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
What went on with the tanner?
When things got lively, I wasn't here. The others were, though. Go ask them. God be with you.
I've heard that someone's looking for men willing to do anything. Do you know anything about it?
If I knew you better, I might tell you. But as things stand, God be with you.
I'm looking for work, and I've heard someone around here wants fearless men. Do you know anything about it?
I've heard they might be looking for a new knacker. So if you're not afraid of carcasses and the occasional pile of shite...
Thanks, but no thanks. Word has it someone's hiring mercenaries and other fighters.
Well, you've heard more than I.
The tanner sent me. He says you've been causing a commotion at night, and I thought I might convince you to stop.
Ha! So all his whining finally found a friendly ear, did it? Let me tell you something first, whelp. I'm the bailiff's man, and we're not doing anything wrong here. Old Lederman's only been whining like that since he lost a bit of silver. Didn't bother him before that.
He told me different.
Ha! Of course he did. Otherwise no one would help him. Go ahead and ask the lads. They'll tell you the same. It's God's honest truth.
I'll take you at your word. But what should I do now?
The way I see it, you've got two choices. Screw that old liar and leave him be, or get down to business.
What do you mean, get down to business?
Well, you may think you're pretty tough, and if you give us all a thrashing, we might think it over. But then again, we're no strangers to a hard fight.
If I break your arm, then you won't be coming here for a while, will you?
But I'm a fair fellow, so I'll make you an offer. If you enter our tournament and win, which means beating us all, then we'll go elsewhere. If you don't win, then you're flat out of luck and have to leave. That's not so bad, is it? God be with you.
My humble greetings. How may I serve you?
I heard someone was looking for men willing to do anything. Do you know anything about it?
Maybe. I work in the quarry, and they're always looking for extra hands to replace them that's got something broken.
That's not what I meant, but thanks. Why did you
Because he came by one day, lost his money, and then started on about how we cheated him and ought to give him back his coin. He was a right pest.
He told me that you jumped him when he asked you to stop making a racket behind his house.
Well, that's sort of true. But he didn't start complaining until he lost his money. Before that, it didn't bother him. See you later.
How's it going?
I heard that someone was looking for men willing to do anything. Do you know anything about that?
No, but I'm always the last to hear of anything like that. I'll ask Punch. He'd know.
I heard you gave him quite a beating.
It's his own damn fault.
Really? He just came to tell you to go elsewhere.
That's what he told you? Bollocks! He came of his own accord. It was him started the fuss, after he'd lost all his money.
He really tried to have a go. I wouldn't think he'd have it in him.
He tried, but he didn't have much luck. He does pack a punch. But landing it in the right place, ha! I'm not surprised he's got no children. Good luck, then.
If I wanted to join in, what...
It's pretty simple. First you have to beat Weed. He's that not too dangerous looking fella there. But some nights, he gets a good rest and he's got God on his side. Then you can try one of those three. Doesn't matter which. And if you whip all three, you can test your mettle against me. Fair enough?
So the last match is with you?
That's right. They say a bout with me is no joke. Just bad humours. God be with you.
I want to fight you.
What did I tell you? Goodbye.
I've heard that someone's looking for men.
If I knew you, God be with you.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Goodbye.
Let's fight.
You look pretty good. But I'm betting it was just luck.
We'll see.
Good luck then.
Let's fight.
That wasn't bad. But let's see how you do with me. Goodbye.
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
I heard that someone's looking for...
Willing to do anything? Meaning what? Something...
That's not what I meant. Let's fight.
That wasn't bad. But now we'll take it up a notch. Goodbye.
Go! Shit.
I want to fight you.
You put on quite a show. Can't say I expected it.
See you later.
I've heard that...
If I knew... God be with you.
For God's sake! There! Over there! Over there! Do something! My God! Over there! God save.
Let's...
God be with you.
bless.
Let's...
You look...
We'll see.
Goodbye.
I'm glad to see.
Let's fight.
That was a goodbye.
God's.
Let's fight.
That was. Goodbye.
I want to fight.
You put on...
See you later.
You'll get what for! Well, that combat!
Let's fight.
Back again?
Take care.
Ow! Ah! Ow! 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 Yeah. Yeah. Oh! Eh. Ah. Ah. No. Ah. Ow!
Let's fight.
Last time you got me. God be with you.
That was pretty good. I didn't think you had it in you.
You were really good. I've got to hand it to you. Most lads don't make it past me. So listen, I want to tell you something.
What's that?
There are people here looking for really tough men, and I'd say you fit the bill. So when you walk through town this evening, if there's a light in the church, go in and wait a while. If they like the looks of you, they might give you some work.
Thanks. I'll think about it.
See you later.
You must be up to no good, sneaking around in the dark. Light a torch before the catch poles.
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in
Amen.
heaven. What?
So, you've been looking for us, eh? What is it you want?
I hear you're hiring men who don't mind getting their hands dirty.
Is that so? And where did you hear that?
Taverns and the like. People talk.
Well, that's a pretty tale. But no one in any tavern told you to come here and wait, did they? So let's have it. Who told you?
The bailiff's man told me about you. The one who runs the fight club in the quarry.
Did he now? Well, I hope you trounced him. Bastard took my money at dice.
If you want, I can give him a proper hiding, just to show you I'm serious.
Spare me the boasting. I've got a test ready for you. Let's see how you handle it before you tell us how wonderful you are.
What test?
Nothing complicated. We used to take anyone who looked like they could keep their head on straight. But not now. Now you can only join if you do what we tell you.
Which is what? Steal something?
Nah, not theft. If you want to join us, you have to kill Pius.
I have to find him first.
You don't need to find him. We know where he is.
Then why haven't you killed him yourselves?
It's quite a test. He's hiding in a monastery.
With the stable boys? It's not hard to get into the grounds.
No, not there. Oh, he would have been dead long since. He's in the, cloister, or whatever it is.
But only monks can get in there.
Just monks and Pius. He's an educated bastard. Seems he used to be a priest, but it didn't quite work out.
Who's Pius, and why should I kill him?
That's none of your business. But I'll tell you anyway, because it's an instructive tale. Pius was one of us, but he fucked up.
How? Did he steal something?
Yeah, that was part of it. Stole some money, ran away. A few boys died over it. Showed a distinct lack of loyalty. And as soon as he's dead, you can join us.
How will I recognize Pius?
He won't have been there long. He should be the only new one there.
But what if there are others? What does he look like?
Normal. He always went about well dressed and had a fine-looking dagger.
Yes, except he'll be given a robe and they'll take his knife.
Then you'll have to try and figure out which one of the novices it is, and get him to betray himself. Try getting him drunk. Then send him straight to hell.
Get him drunk? In a monastery?
We're better. There's more wine there than in the royal cellars. And I doubt he's suddenly stopped drinking.
And how am I supposed to get into the cloister?
You'll think of something. Maybe there's a secret passage. I've heard there's some cave underneath. The cave of St. Procopius. There might be a way into it from outside.
And do you have any other ideas besides secret passages?
Well, there is this one fellow been hanging around the taverns. Supposed to join the monastery soon. Might be he could help you somehow. I'd try talking to him if I were you. And if he doesn't help, knock him on his ass and take anything he's got that you could use to pass yourself off as him. A letter of admittance to the monastery, or whatever.
Fine. So I've got to kill Pius. He's in the cloister, and to get into the cloister, I'll need to enlist the help of some boy who's joining the order, right?
More or less. And now the main thing.
The main thing is to kill him, isn't it?
Of course. But that's not all. All hell's gonna break loose in the monastery after the murder. So, either make sure nobody finds him, or hightail it out of there quick as soon as the job's done. But better if they don't find him right away.
And what else? Should I come back here afterwards?
No. Before you run for it, Take his special dice and bring it as proof that you killed him. And if you can get him to tell you where he hid the coin, bring that as well.
Bring his dice and the money if I find it. And where should I bring it?
From the monastery, head east across the river. There'll be a swamp where you'll find a fire pit. Go there at night and light a fire. Make it nice and big and we'll show up. Take the dice and the money, and then tell you where to report. Got it?
Right, I'm to slip into the best guarded place in the entire region and kill someone. Take his dice and money, and then go to the swamp and wait by the fire.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Well, you can at least say a few Hail Marys for me. I'm gonna need all the help I can get.
And remember, we'll be keeping tabs. So don't you try to run off, alright? See you later.
Yeah. Yeah.
God's blessing.
Take care.
What?
That's right. Let's go.
Pour me one.
My
Oh!
pleasure.
Is that...
My pleasure. I'll break. Here we are.
Is that...
Here's to the women. God bless them.
Got it for you right here.
Let me have some grub. Whatever's quick. My humble greetings. How may I serve you?
You wouldn't be Carl by any chance?
No. Good luck then.
You wouldn't be Carl by any chance?
No.
Take care.
What?
Calm down.
I get
God be with you. Take care.
God save. Goodbye.
God's bless. God be with you. Hey, where's my ale?
God be with you. Take care.
God grant you good luck then.
Sod. God save you. Good night. See you later.
A tankard of ale for me. A tankard.
You wouldn't be...
No.
See you later.
You would...
No. God be with you.
Bye. I'll be back in 2 shakes.
You wouldn't be Carl...
No. Goodbye.
You would...
No. God be with you.
You wouldn't...
No.
Good luck then.
You wouldn't...
No. See you later.
You wouldn't...
No. See you later.
You wouldn't...
No. Good luck then.
Got it for you.
God be with you.
You wouldn't...
No.
Take care.
Why are you waking me?
My humble greet.
You wouldn't be...
No.
Take care.
Ale as usual.
Ale as usual.
Certainly. I'll fetch it right away.
God's blessings.
Aye. I'll be
Are
back
you
in 2
Carl by
shakes.
any chance?
I am. Why do you ask?
I've heard that you're bound for the monastery.
Yes. Yes, it's true. But I've convinced my faithful guardian, Manfred, to give me a few more days of freedom. Mind you, he won't let me visit the brothel. So instead, I'm devoting those days to the demon drink. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
My name is Henry.
Pleased to meet you, Henry.
Could we speak in private? I have some, issues with the monastery.
Really? Well, I'd love to talk about it, but we won't have privacy as long as Manfred here has his head permanently stuck up my arse. Get rid of him for me, please. God be with you.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
You're Manfred, the young lord's guardian?
Indeed I am. Why?
My pleasure.
I've been looking for you two for quite some time. I've been sent by the young lord's father with a message intended only for him.
So, I'm just to take you at your word, am I? But where's your seal? You haven't got one. And if you were a messenger, you wouldn't be idling about in this tavern.
You must have a mighty thirst. Waiting here with him for days, just watching him get drunk, and not having a sip yourself.
There's no doubt I'd enjoy a drink. Heaven knows I deserve it. But if I dull my senses in the slightest, that rogue will surely get up to mischief.
So let's drink together. And if you start to feel unwell, I'll keep an eye on him. Like you said, you deserve some fun.
I can see you're a reliable lad. So what shall we have to drink? And while we're at it, why not have a little game? Goodbye. So, bring it on.
How much longer must I wait?
Now you. Curses! Why did I even start this game? That's how it's done.
Service is a bit slow here today.
Hey, where's my ale?
That's it. No point in pushing it.
Christ! I'll have to get my own ale.
Holy Mother of God, why do you... I've had enough.
You said you wouldn't drink today.
Silence! I'm going to sleep. Here's a few coins. Have fun. Tomorrow, we're going to the monastery. Is that clear?
Couldn't you give me more? This isn't even enough for a toothless whore.
It's enough for beer. Good night.
Christ! I'll have to get my own ale.
Manfred's taken care of, just as you wanted.
Thank God! He won't let me out of his sight for a second, and he's itching to get me in the monastery so he can head back home.
Why are you being sent to the monastery?
Like every lusty young lad, I'm fond of fair maidens, but I got too fond of one, and let's just say she was, indisposed for 9 months.
But they don't send you to the monastery for that.
They do, when it's the daughter of the Lord of your feet.
Shit.
Shit is putting it mildly. The Lord of Bukovo was less than pleased. He knows he'll never marry off his daughter now, so he gave father a choice. Either pay him 1,000 groschen in compensation, along with my balls on a silver platter, or pay 1,000 groschen and put me away somewhere no one will ever see me again.
Why does your guardian never leave your side?
So I don't run away. Of course, I'm free to walk around, but he watches every step I take and won't stop until I'm behind the monastery walls.
Well, he's not watching you now.
What good is that to me when he has all the money, and even my saddle and riding cloak under lock and key?
Why don't you just run away?
Bare-arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old bastard's even taken my cloak. He has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow.
If I have to choose between hunger and poverty on one hand and the monastic life on the other, I'm afraid the monastery wins. If I could only steal that old man's pouch, I'd be gone faster than lightning and no one would ever see me again.
What if I entered the monastery instead of you?
What? Voluntarily? You don't look like someone who'd want to spend the rest of his days on his knees praying. Well, that's your problem. You could only enter the monastery if you know how to read and write, and if you have a special writ from the abbot. That's a letter confirming they know who you are and that they've accepted you.
So you give me your writ? I'll just tell them I'm you.
Manfred has the writ. You'd have to take it from him, but he only puts it down when he sleeps.
So I'll steal it and then you can disappear.
Disappear? Bare-arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old bastard's even taken my cloak. He has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow. That's all then.
Goodbye.
What are you up to? Thief! I see a thief! God!
Kurwa! Oh! Ow! Now, now.
Yeah.
I've got what you need.
Excellent. Give me the purse. You can do as you like with the ring.
Here we are.
Here you are.
Good luck, no matter what you plan on doing with those monks. Best be on your way now before Manfred finds out that he's been robbed.
And what are you going to do?
Get my things together and disappear. I want to be as far away as possible before that old man even knows I'm gone. God be with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Carl. I'm supposed to enter as a novice.
We expected you sooner. Weren't you supposed to come here with your guardian? It's been so hectic lately, people will keep turning up out of the blue.
What of it? I'm here, aren't I?
Well, you're a bit bold, aren't you? Well, the brothers will soon knock that out of you. Well, we'll see. Can you read and write?
Naturally. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
So then, are you ready to enter the Order of Saint Benedict and renounce forever the temptations of this world?
I am.
Then you must rid yourself of all your worldly possessions. Sell them or give them to the poor and needy or donate them to the monastery. You may not enter this place burdened by worldly goods. Inside the gatehouse is a trunk in which you will find monk's robes. Put away all your possessions and dress yourself in the habit. Then you may rest a while I go and see the prior to arrange matters for your acceptance. Good luck to you.
Strange feeling being without all of that. I didn't realise how much I'd grown used to it.
Everything's prepared. It's time for you to take your vows.
Do I really have to wear this?
You'd better get used to it. You'll be wearing it for the rest of your life.
Brothers in Christ, we have gathered here today to welcome a new novice into our midst. Dear brother, forget your former life and embrace your new vocation in the community of the monks of St. Benedict. Opus Dei, obedientia, obprobria, the service of God, obedience, and endurance of all discomfort. These are the cornerstones and succor of our order, which on this day shall become your own. Suscipe me, Domine, secundum eloquium tuum, et vivam. Et non confundas me ab expectatione mea.
Suscipe me, Domine, secundum in loquium tuum vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione mea.
Accept your new name, Brother Gregor, and wear it with honor. Welcome, brother.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like you. I've been instructed to guide you around the monastery and tell you what you can expect and what your duties will be.
Thanks for helping me out during the ceremony. I had no idea what I was supposed to do.
You don't know Latin, do you? Don't worry. Work in the scriptorium will teach you fast enough. Why exactly are you here? Was it your choice? Or did someone force you to come?
I'm being punished. If it were up to me, I'd still be spending my days in taverns and my nights with whores.
I don't envy you. Unfortunately, you're here for the rest of your life.
Would you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a novice and I'm here because I'd make a poor merchant. I like books and I want an education. Although I must say, so far the monastic life's been quite unexpected.
Let's go then.
Good. But before we do, here's a letter directly from the prior telling you all your regular duties from tomorrow onwards. Make sure to read it this evening, so you know how things work. Right, we can go now. Follow me closely. I'll explain everything as we go. Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs. Salve. Be well. This is the way to the dormitory, where we all sleep. You'll find a free bed there, which is now yours. Do you know the first thing the monastery taught me? To appreciate sleep. We rise before dawn every day. Takes a bit of getting used to. This is the garden, a place for silent contemplation and meditation. Centuries ago, this monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers,
You're right.
Saint Procopius.
Like a wine barrel.
His earthly remains can be found in a cave under the monastery, and his spirit wanders the corridors at night, punishing any misbehaving novices. So beware. Here are the frattery and scriptorium, together with the library. These are the places where we work. Ora et labora. Pray and work. As a novice, you must always listen to your superior brethren, and above us monks are the prior and the cicatas, who punish every infraction. You'll know them by the canes they carry. Do what they say. This is the refectory, where we come together to eat. During meals, you must be silent. Only one brother reads aloud from the Rule of Saint Benedict.
The Rule is the only law we recognize, with the exception of those from God himself. If you break any of its precepts, expect a swift punishment. But I've already told you about the circuitous. The library, the pride of our monastery, a trove of learning. We don't just read books here, we also copy them. You too will learn how. And that's all. Today you are still free from duty, but tomorrow you begin work like the others. If you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We'll be glad to help you. And I recommend you get to know the other novices. You already know me. Then there is Siskin, Yodok, and Lucas.
Thanks for showing me around. There's a lot to learn here.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't much of a merchant. So I left the shop to my brother and decided to become a monk. It's peaceful here. There's food and lots of time to read.
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be the only one. The truth is, the idea of spending my life in a monastery was more appealing than being cooped up in a greasy old shop.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Truthfully, everyone except us. But officially, Abbot Peter. And soon enough, someone else. As if it mattered. Our life will still be work and prayer.
I see. Are there any rifts between the brothers?
Yes. From the moment talk began about electing a new abbot, it's been like a hornet's nest here. Strange you haven't noticed.
Tell me something about electing the abbot.
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select a new abbot from amongst the brethren. The candidates are John and Nevlas. And if you ask me for my opinion, Nevlas is definitely the right man. Unfortunately, no one cares about my opinion because novices get no say.
Tell me something about life here.
Work, prayer, as if you didn't know. We serve God, and that's the central truth of our lives.
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Someone takes care of the library, someone else the garden. The abbot supervises everyone, and in his absence, the prior. But it's the circators you should worry about. They're the brothers who'll make sure we observe the rule. They can be quite strict, so if you want to avoid getting punished, always act righteously and do your duties honestly.
Who's in charge of things? I see. Who?
Truthfully,
Are there already
brothers John and Nevlas, but the others have been fighting like...
This John, who is he?
A circator, and really just an unpleasant old man. It's mostly the older brothers on his side, because they believe he'll protect the status quo and all the benefits that come with long service here.
Tell me something about Nevlas.
Nevlas manages the monastery's property. He's what they call the provost. He'd like to bring back solemnity to the monastery through reform and by returning to pure faith. A lovely idea, but most of the monks are against it.
Why can't novices vote?
They say we don't have enough experience to decide about anything. Don't worry, we'll get our chance.
Why is who wins so important?
We're young and we'll spend the rest of our lives here. And the abbot decides everything about our lives. Didn't it ever occur to you how powerful he is?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. The forbidden books
You
must be
interested
in
in
that
what's
cabinet.
inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them. Praise be to Christ, brother.
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. But I've no time for idle chat. I transcribe books from dawn till dusk. I've been doing it for years, and I'll be doing it till the day I die.
What, you do nothing else?
It is my penance and my blessing. And now, brother, if you don't mind, I'd like to get this page finished. Talk to me.
I'd like to ask...
Can't you see I'm working?
Salve. Be well. Salve Domini. Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
I'm telling you, someone's been creeping round the corridor at night. What am I saying, creeping? He was stomping about like a bear.
That must have been Brother Cicata. He can't sleep and prays long into the night.
treasure is in the...
God be with you.
Credo in unum Deum, Patrem omnipotentem, Factorem celi et terrae.
Brother, stealing is a sin. You should know that as a Christian, and certainly as a monk. Even if I wanted to forgive you, I couldn't. Thou shalt not steal.
Very well, brother. I accept my punishment.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate anything that is not allowed in the monastery.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry. While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it. I wonder what's been going on.
So,
Credo in unum Deum, Patrem omnipotentem, Factorem celi et terrae, visibilium omnium et invisibilium, et in unum Dominum Iesum Christum, Filium Dei unigenitum, et extate natum ante omnia saecula. Deum de Deo, lumen de lumine, Deum verum de Deo, genitum non factum, consubstantialem Patri, et quem omnia facta sunt, cuius regni non erit finis, et in Spiritum Sanctum Dominum, et vivificantem, qui ex Patre Filioque procedit, qui cum Patre et Filio simul adoratur et conglorificatur, qui locutus est per prophetas. Amen.
Not now, brother. This is not a good time.
Brother, what are you doing here?
You're right, brother.
This is your first...
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonet voluntatis.
Receive it as a divine command and cannot suffer any delay in executing. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Delay, lukewarmness, grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superiors
What troubles you?
is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and murmurs,
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book.
I've no idea. Why don't you ask Brother Librarian?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
and far from gaining a reward for such work as this, he will incur the punishment due to murder.
What can you tell me about the novices here?
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to live a monastic life. After a year, you can make your vows and become a fully fledged brother.
I meant something specific about the brothers that are here.
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Perhaps too eager. Siskin is good company, but a bit too worldly for a monk. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas is as quiet as a mouse, and no one knows much about him. And then we have you, about who I know nothing.
Can you leave the monastery?
Where would you go? You have everything you need here. Anyway, all the doors here are closed and locked tight, so no one can get in or out.
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
John, definitely. Compared to him, Nevlus is young and inexperienced. John has the wisdom of age, and he already has the respect that Nevlas will have to earn.
Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict, humility. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ.
I'm Gregor and I'm new here.
I know. I saw you in the church during the ceremony. I have a feeling we'll be meeting again soon, and often. You see, I'm a Sakator.
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone observes the rule, does their work, and that everything is the way it should be.
And when it's not the way it should be?
Then we're authorized to mete out punishment. But certainly you won't require correction, will you, brother?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. What can you tell?
And what can I say?
I meant...
But you... And...
Tell me something about life here.
Prayer, work, obedience. That just about sums it up.
About you in the election.
Ask me anything you...
Tell me something about Nevlas.
Nevlas is weak and toothless. He's full of hot hair. How anyone could think he'd make a good abbot is beyond me. Enough. I don't even want to hear his name again.
Thank you for answering.
Until about the fourth hour. About the sixth, let them apply themselves to
Praise be to Christ, brother.
After the sixth hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in
I'd like to
silence
Well, that's all.
Anyone may perhaps want to read, but read to himself in such a way as not to lose. Idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot.
My name's Gregor, a novice.
You can call me Siskin. Now, are you here of your own free will, or is this a punishment? Although it's not important. Welcome to Purgatory.
Did you say purgatory?
You'll see soon enough. Soon enough.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk about my past.
Are you hiding something? Why are you so reluctant to tell me anything about yourself?
I'm hiding a lousy past that I'd rather forget. I hate to think of all I lost when they stuck me in here. And also because I really hate the question, aren't you the son of the famed Sir Smil Flashka of Pardubitz? I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time approaching, so he decided to send a son to the monastery. And, being the youngest, the lot fell on me. I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine? Me, in a monastery. So I took what coin I could from home with me, so I didn't lose out completely.
But you didn't have to come here if you didn't want to.
No, not if I didn't mind being left to beg alms by the city gate. I had one choice, the monastery or nothing. If it had come to that after my father's death, so be it. But to get rid of me while he's still alive...
They must have realised you robbed them.
I donated some of the silver to the monastery when I came in, just to piss them off. I can just see my my siblings, arguing with the abbot to give it back.
And you stashed away the remainder?
Indeed so.
What's your plan with this treasure?
To get out of here as soon as I can. I'll wait another year or two until my hot-headed brothers cool off a bit, and then I'll take the silver and run off somewhere, far, far away from here.
That's all I wanted to...
Please!
How is it that you don't get any penance for missing morning prayers?
I've paid off the circators to turn a blind eye. And the other monks don't notice as long as you show your face there from time to time. No one's too awake at that time of the morning.
Who would you elect, Abbot, if you could?
Most likely Nevlas. He's a fine fellow and he seems honest. But, truth be told, it doesn't matter much to me. A monastery will still be a monastery, no matter who's in charge. If you really want to talk more about it, ask Anton...
I'm still curious about this treasure trove of yours.
It's no big, terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times, I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It was on a shelf where it should never have been. So I hid it to read later. It's the Necronomicon. Ghosts, demons, and invocations of powers beyond our world. Only it's written in a strange language that I can't really make sense of. All bara this and bara that. Who knows what it means? I tried to count the syllables, read the words backwards, but nothing. I'm not getting anywhere with it.
Oh, I'm not too sure what the prior or the cicator would say about a book like that. Actually, what anyone would say. It sounds quite prohibited.
Ah, prejudice. But you're right, it is prohibited. For no good reason, though. Has knowledge ever done anybody any harm?
You're right. Knowledge should never be prohibited.
Oh, I'm glad you agree. Just take a look at the book. Maybe you'll be able to make some sense of it. I haven't grasped a single syllable. Just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library and hid it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Our brothers' minds are closed to a thirst for knowledge.
I'll leave you be. Don't worry, I won't follow you again.
Thank you. And please, Gregor, don't mention it to anyone.
It occurred to me you might be the man to ask. I'm looking for some lockpicks. Do you know anyone in the monastery who could help me?
Lockpicks, eh? I won't ask what for. My advice is to try Brother Solarius.
I'm Gregor, a novice. I saw you at the ceremony.
I know. It was hard not to notice you.
And you are?
Lucas, also a novice. Don't get upset, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm happiest alone.
I'd like to know something about the other novices.
I don't know much, but ask away.
What can you tell me about Siskin?
Not a lot. I don't know him. Actually, I don't know much about him at all, except that he's not a stickler for rules.
Tell me about Antonio.
I'd like to, but there's nothing to tell.
You really don't know anything about anyone? Well, thanks anyway.
Don't get upset. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. I just haven't felt like getting to know anyone yet.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's nothing I can tell you.
I mean, where you're from, what sort of life you had before, that sort of thing.
I'm a novice, and my monastic name is Lucas. Nothing else matters.
Come on. Is there really nothing at all you can tell me?
I could, but I don't want to. I'm sorry. I want to stay focused on work and prayer, not on who I once was. I never will be again. What has been isn't important for us. We cast the past aside when we walked through the monastery gates and took our oath. Never forget that.
If you could, who would you vote for to be the abbot?
But I can't vote, so what's the point of worry?
I'm... Come on.
What happened?
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I'm new here.
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices. I hope you'll like it here in the monastery and that you won't get into trouble.
Trouble?
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray from the rules of the order. I suggest you get to know the older monks. You never know when it might come in handy.
I'm interested in the other novices. What can you tell me about Siskin?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. But I reckon he don't belong in the monastery. He spends more time dreaming of the world outside than tending to his duties. I'm surprised he hasn't been thrown out already. If it was up to me, he'd be out on his ear right away.
Sounds like you don't have much time for him.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Believe me, Gregor, he's hiding something from us. In fact, now I come to think of it, I haven't seen him at morning prayers for a while.
Do you know anything about Antonius?
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. You can rely on him. He won't betray your confidence. He's always happy to help, which is more than can be said for the other brothers.
I'm interested in Lucas.
Nobody knows much about Lucas. He keeps himself to himself. If you ask me, he's got something to hide. I'd keep well clear of him if I was you.
Do you have any grounds for suspecting him of something?
Quite a lot. And also none at all. The Surgators who make the rounds despise him, and they'd never punish anyone without cause.
Can you tell me something about yourself?
I would if there was anything noteworthy to say. But I'm just the ordinary son of a landowner, now a monk. There's nothing in my past, present, or future that anyone could find interesting.
Why did you join the monastery?
Because it was better than living in poverty. As the youngest son, I'm not entitled to inherit my father's estate, but he was kind enough to sell off some cattle and send me here. And you know what? I'm glad to be here. It's better than mucking out manure.
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. I saw you at the ceremony. My name is Nebulus, and I'm the provost here. I'm in charge of the monastery's property, as well as handling trade with the outside world.
That means you get to leave the monastery?
No, not at all. I just write lists and send them out.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm the provost of this monastery. It's my job to ensure the monks live a humble life and that any surpluses go to the poor. But in reality, I spend all my time making sure my brother's gluttony and the construction of a new church don't swallow up the few resources we have left.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemist's laboratory. You'll find ingredients in the chests next to it. I want you to prepare 2 marigold decoctions. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done so I can check them. What is it, brother?
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent. Soon enough, you'll be teaching the other novices.
Brother, what are you doing here?
I had other affairs.
Brother. Saviour, this is your second...
Praise be to...
I'd like to... Are there ever any disagreements between the brothers?
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now are about the election of the new abbot. They can already see poor Peter in his grave.
Tell me something about electing the abbot.
The old abbot is practically on his deathbed. There are two candidates. Half the monastery wants John, the other half Nevillus, and there's no chance they'll come to an agreement. But you've probably already noticed the atmosphere around here.
I thought politics weren't part of the monastic way of life.
You're right. But we know nothing besides the monastery, and the abbot's decisions can influence our entire life. Some of the brothers take it very personally.
I'd like to know about Nevlas.
Nevillus manages the monastery's property. He doesn't have the most experience, but his drive and heart are pure, his faith firm, and his ideas rational, although perhaps he's too keen to change our routines here, which many brothers don't like.
Tell me about John.
John is a Circator and the oldest brother here. It would be only natural if he took the crozier from Peter. He has experience, merit, and composure. He'd lead the monastery wisely.
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
The old abbot isn't dead yet. It's too early to talk about elections. But if I had to choose between the two who are already putting themselves forward, John would be my choice.
What is it, brother?
I'd like...
Lorem ipsum, dolor sic amen, consectetur adipis singeli. Simul adoratur et conglorificatur, qui locutus est per prophetas. Amen. Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bone voluntatis.
Talk to me, brother.
Is there anything I could help with?
You know there is. Perhaps you've heard that Abbot Peter is gravely ill. I'm interested in medicine, and I know there's a cure for the abbot's ailment. With your help, I could find out the details, and together you and I could give old Peter a few more years to do good. What do you say?
You can count on my help. What do you need me to do?
In order to get the recipe for this medicament, a few rules will need to be broken. Now, you know, most of the brothers believe every illness is a message from God, and that it's not our place to deny his will. I, however, think if God sent us not just illnesses, but also the medicine to cure them, then it's our duty to relieve people of their suffering. The cure for Abbot Peter's illness could be contained in one of the books in our library, but it will certainly be amongst the libri prohibiti, the forbidden books, those we aren't permitted to read.
Why are they forbidden?
Because they contain occult and demonic practices, witchcraft and all manner of evil. Or so some people claim. It's nonsense, of course. This is nothing but a book of medicine, albeit one written by a pagan. Ibn Sina, also known as Avicenna, is universally acknowledged to be a wise man. But here, at some point, someone decided his book is the work of a Saracen devil and must be kept under lock and key. Since then, no one can even talk about the book. But the three wise men were from the East, were they not?
Where can I find it?
In the library, there's a large cabinet with a lock on it. The forbidden books are inside. You'll easily recognize what you're looking for. The cover has not only a Latin inscription, but also Saracen letters. Bring it to me, but leave the other books there. No one will notice if one book disappears, but if more were to vanish, someone would certainly begin to look into it, which is exactly what we don't want.
Is there anything you can tell me that would help?
There's a key to the cabinet in the prior's chambers. The librarian should have another one, or you can acquire some lockpicks. But I can't tell you where or how.
I'm ready.
One more important thing. There's always someone in the library during the day. To pass unwatched, you'll need to go at night. It's locked, but I'm sure you'll manage to get in. They say Brother Solarius understands locks, but don't tell him why you need it. Once you have the book, bring it to me, and I'll then use it to make Peter's medicine. We'll soon have the election of the abbot over and done with.
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonae voluntatis.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
I'm here to work.
Good. This is most likely the first time you've ever done this in your life. But it's easier than you think. Just a bit of practice and learning Latin. Here's the original, and here are the blank parchments on which you'll copy what you read in the original. Is that clear? Then you may begin, and try not to make a mess of it. Well done, brother. No mistakes.
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books.
What troubles you?
I'd like to ask... Who would you like?
John, there's no other candidate.
Ah, Gregor.
I'd like to ask... Who would you...
John.
What troubles you?
I've heard about Avicenna's Book of Medicine. Could I see it?
Who told you about that? Of course you can't.
Is it possible to learn something about the other novices in the library?
Only the abbot and the prior keep such records.
And can I see them?
No. The abbot writes and keeps his records in his chambers, and only he and the prior are permitted to read them.
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book. Do you know what it is?
It appears to be a page torn out of Ovid.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library, but one of them vanished one day. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace, may the earth rest lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned it as a heretical work. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could.
Would you like me to put the book back together again?
Absolutely. Eustace's wits weren't the sharpest, so I'm sure he didn't destroy any of the pages. I imagine he hid them throughout the monastery. It might take you a while to find them all, but when you do, you can rest assured Ovid will return to his rightful place in the library.
Good. I'll look around for it.
Thank you, brother. It's of no great importance, but if you can find all 10 pages, I'll be most grateful.
Can you tell me something about the book?
The Art of Love is a sort of manual instructing young people how to find and maintain love. It's a lovely work. I don't understand what bothered Eustace so much about it, but as I was saying, he considered the book to be immoral and tore it up to stop it corrupting any of his brothers.
Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The pages of the book could be hidden anywhere, from the garden to the refectory.
I've heard there are some forbidden books locked up in the library.
That's correct. They're here, safely hidden away from anyone who might be tempted to read them.
How does a book get on the forbidden list?
Forbidden works are full of heresy and blasphemy and witchcraft. If you ask me, we should burn them immediately, not archive them.
Could a book be prohibited by mistake? Maybe a good book or a useful one?
No errors are made. Every book on the prohibited list is there for a reason. Who am I to doubt the wisdom of Mother Church?
I don't need to hear anything else. I'd like to...
Ah.
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Well, the abbot is the head. But he's not here now. Then there's the prior and the sub-prior, the librarian, the porter, and many others. As a novice, you should be particularly mindful of the circators. They're the ones who maintain discipline and punish bad behavior. Seize this disgraceful behavior.
God in heaven, what have you done now?
Mother of God, what are you doing, you wretch?
Lord in heaven, what have you done now?
Apage, Satanas.
What's the meaning of this? Have you been possessed by an evil spirit?
Cease this disgraceful behavior.
Look here. What have we here?
forbidden books written by the devil himself. Forget about them.
Cease this disgraceful behavior.
Apage, Satanas! Cease this disgraceful behavior.
What's the meaning of this? Have you been possessed by an evil spirit?
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books.
What's the meaning of this? Have you been possessed by an evil spirit?
Cease this disgraceful behavior.
Cease this disgraceful behavior.
Mother of God, what are you doing, you wretch?
Brother, stealing is a sin.
Very well, brother.
Now, peace be with you, brother.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
What trouble?
Here's the book you wanted.
Amazing. This really is it. Now I can use it to prepare a cure for our suffering abbot. Then I'll leave it in the library to make it seem as if Brother Librarian left it lying about. There'll be no investigation. It would be against his best interests, as he'll look like the one who wasn't taking proper care of the books. It will drive him mad. I didn't leave that book out, or did I? Is there anything I can do for you in return?
I'd be interested in finding out the background of the other novices.
That's a strange wish you have. And the only ones who know everything about the novices are the abbot and the prior. They keep a record of every monk in the abbot's book, but you'll never get your hands on it. It's locked up in the prior's study.
Thanks. You've helped me immensely.
No, thank you. About that book, don't even think about breaking in to get it.
Is there any way I could help you get elected? Somehow tip the scales in your favor?
What would you like to do? Climb up the tower and shout, "Vote for Nevillus, vote for Nevillus"?
Not exactly. You do have an opponent, John.
John isn't my opponent, he's my brother. Just like you and everyone else here. We're all brothers in Christ. But there is something you could help me with. You must know there's a great deal of iniquity here in the monastery. I'd be interested to hear of anything I don't know about.
Should I find out for you what's going on around here?
Let me make this clear. I want to base my candidacy on putting things in order. But if I don't know exactly what's wrong, then my promises are just empty slogans.
Very good then. I'll find out what I can.
Thank you, brother. talk to me.
What do you want me to...
I'd be interested to hear about any...
That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy, by his deeds
What troubles you?
and by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent.
Will you tell?
among
Look,
the
nothing against.
but demonstrating the
Very
divine
well. Thank you.
precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts and ruder minds. The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should
I'd like-
know that to
I-
whom more is committed.
Do you know anything about Yodok?
From him,
I
more
don't.
is required. Let
He-
him make no distinction of
Are
persons.
you...
in the
Why?
monastery.
I'd have thought you might want...
Let him
Don't
not love
get up.
one more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in as let him not submit to the faults of offenders, but since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults.
What is it?
As soon as they begin.
I'm interested. What can you tell?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. But I reckon. I'm surprised he hasn't been torn.
With verbal admonition the first and second time, but bold, hard, proud, and disciplined. And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul.
I'm a new brother, a novice, Gregor. I don't know my way around here yet. You're in charge of the whole monastery, aren't you?
Welcome amongst us. Yes, yes. The Lord wanted me to take over the abbot's duties in his absence, but mainly I'm a servant of God, just like you and all the other brethren. Before God, there's no difference between us. How do you like it here?
I don't know yet. Haven't been here long.
You're too humble. I'm sure you must have some opinion, but I won't pry it out of you.
I've heard you keep records of all the novices.
Yes, I do. Personal records detailing their past lives which are none of your business. Just as it's no one else's business that you deflowered your liege lord's daughter. What is it, brother?
I'd like to ask...
It should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for coarse jests and idle words, or words that move to laughter, these we condemn everywhere with a perpetual ban. And for such conversation...
Talk to me.
Praise be to...
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for it. Today it's your task to concoct. Once you finish them, you'll... Talk to me, bro.
I finished.
Show me what...
Service.
Ah,
I'm here to work.
excellent.
I couldn't have.
Oh, you're interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them. What's the meaning of this?
What's the meaning of this?
Get away from my
Possessed by
cabinet.
an evil
The books
spirit.
stood in there aren't for your eyes to see.
Brother, Steve. Now.
What troubles you?
I'm looking for something a little, unorthodox.
And what would that be exactly?
I'm looking for lockpicks.
Lockpicks? And what would you like those for?
What's it to you? Do you have some or not?
Peace, brother. There's no need to get all worked up. So you heard I used to be a burglar, did you? I put it all behind me as soon as I took the vows. But I do have a few lockpicks left. I'll trade them for food. Get me a bite to eat, and you can have your lockpicks. Can't say fairer than that, can I?
Simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command, yet seems that his heart is murmuring, and far from as soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as a
Talk to
divine
me.
command and cannot suffer any delay in
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonet voluntatis.
Can we do something about...
Well, we...
necessarily with his lips, but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command,
Since it's you...
his work will not
Are you yanking my pistol?
who sees that his heart is murmuring, and far from gaining a reward for such
I'm finished.
as this,
This is going nowhere.
punishment due to murmurers, unless he amends.
In unum Deum, Patrem omnipotentem, Factorem Celesti et Terrae, visibilium omnium et invisibilium.
Punishment for sin make us avoid evil work. Therefore, since the silence is so important. Permission to speak should rarely be
Peace be
granted
with
to
you, brother.
ignorant disciples, even though it be for good, holy, edifying, sick, or it is words that move to laughter, these we condemn everywhere with a perpetual battle. And for such conversation we do not permit a disciple to open his mouth.
What would you like?
I'm here.
I want you to prepare, once you finish the... Talk to me.
I finished.
Show me. Praise be to... Praise be...
I'd like... Are there ever...
Unfortunately, yes.
Tell me something.
Well, the old abbot is practically on his deathbed. There are two candidates, half them...
Why does it matter so?
Because the older brothers take a different view. They say the younger monks want privilege they haven't earned, and eat.
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonet voluntatis.
Be well.
What troubles?
I'm here to work.
Excellent.
Oh, you're interested in what's inside?
Very well.
Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them.
Assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep
Peace
them
be
from
with you, brother.
idleness and at the same time not to overburden
Talk to me, brother.
drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into of Saint Benedict. Readings on daily manual labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied at certain. After the 6th hour having left the table, let them rest on their beds in silence. Or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read himself. early, at the middle of the 8th hour.
But Peter's health is deteriorating.
There's no...
Peter has a strong constitution.
Talk to me.
Let's talk.
Since it's you.
That's a poor offer. Tough luck.
Peace be with you. Ah, Gregor.
I'd like to ask about you in the...
Ask me anything you want.
Thank you for answering.
Go away.
Brother,
Novices aren't allowed here. You're interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them.
Aha! What would you like?
don't... Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been.
Very well.
Now, show me what you have on you. I know the taste of a good fish is thick. Servus.
Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bonet voluntatis.
I have set a guard to my mouth. I was mute and was humbled and kept silence even from good things. Here the prophet shows that if the spirit of silence ought to lead us at times to refrain even from good speech, so much the more ought the punishment for sin make us avoid evil.
What do you desire?
Good.
I'm here.
Excellent. I want you to... Once you finish them... Praise be to Christ.
I finished my...
Show me what you've... Spectacular, Gregor.
What trouble?
I'm here.
Excellent.
My boy, my boy. Minds. The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to whom more is committed, from him more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons.
What troubles you?
Let him not love one more than another.
Let's talk.
The well disposed and those of good understanding.
Since it's you,
correct with verbal admonition.
I'd almost...
But bold, hard, proud, and disobedient characters...
Is this enough?
Come now.
...beginning of their ill-doing by stripes and other bodily punishment.
Since it's you.
Are you
Knowing
yanking?
that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words. And again, beat your son with the
Are we
rod,
agreed?
and you will
We're getting
keep his
there.
soul from death. The rule
I'll go
of
for that.
Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, is not to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy, by his deeds even more than by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples, but demonstrating the divine precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts. More than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots. Corrected verbal admonition the first and second time, but bold, hard, proud, and disobedient characters he should curb at the very beginning of their ill-doing by stripes and other bodily punishments, knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words. And again,
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You wouldn't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and have a drink, my lad. What do you desire, Brother Gregor? Quite right, brother. Just sit down and drink with us. When the wine runs out, Yorick will fetch more.
Talk to me, brother.
What are you doing here?
What does it look like, drinking?
But we're all monks.
Youngster, when you're as old as I, you'll understand.
Why not? I've had enough opprobria and obedientia for one day.
That's what we like to hear.
Let's drink.
That's the idea. And what should we drink to?
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot it is. But wait a minute, lad. Which one?
To Abbot John.
That's more like it.
Let's play.
Just the man we've been waiting for, my friend. So, let's play.
I'll say one thing, brother. This wine would grace the Pope's table.
I'm not so sure. It's a bit sour. God knows what's in it.
Don't be absurd. It's a first-class cask, direct from Zneumo.
No, I know the taste of a good vintage, and this isn't it. I bet you that wretch Yorick got the cask mixed up.
Nonsense. It's perfectly drinkable.
No, it isn't. It's sour. No matter. We'll get more soon, so good health.
Good health.
We'll have to take that Yorick to task about where he got this wine and tell him next time he'd better get proper Zneumo. What is it, brother?
Would you desire?
I'd like... Who would you like to be then?
What kind of question is that?
Who would you like...
What kind of question?
Ah, Gregor.
About...
Ask me anything.
Thank you for...
What trouble?
I'd like to ask... Who's in charge?
Oh, Abbot Peter is the administrator of the monastery.
And what happens when the old...
Well, then we elect... Every goblet treats, isn't that the truth?
No wonder. With our throats going dry all day.
Next time we ought to bring some rye wine. He wants to look good in front of the others, and he doesn't trust us to keep him safe from harm. Don't remind me. What troubles you?
You mentioned Yodok. What does he do for you?
Well, nothing much. He's just a little suckling like you. He'll do whatever it takes to stay on our good side. Sometimes we make use of him when there are errands to run.
Let's drink.
That's the idea.
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot.
To up.
That's...
That's... How about...
To the abbot.
To...
That's...
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
Where'd you get the wine from? I thought the monastery cellars were guarded.
So they are. But this wine isn't from the monastery. Listen, lad, would you help us out with something? This cask is almost empty and we need a new one. We're a bit old for such exertions, but you, on the other hand...
I'll help you. What do I need to do?
Ha! I knew it! Help Novice Yorick arrange for a new cask. Talk to him first thing in the morning, and by tomorrow night, the cask can be on the table.
All right, I'll talk to him. I'll be going, brothers.
Do us a favour, brother. Stay a little...
Oh, all right, but that...
I'll say one thing, brother. This wine would grace the Pope's table.
I'm not so sure. It's a bit sour.
Don't be absurd.
What are you doing outside at night? You should be sleeping, not scaring people.
Leave me be. I want to sleep.
Brother, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you...
I was feeling a bit queasy.
Really? This time I'll look the... Can't you see?
What is it?
I was talking last night with the brother Cicators. It seems you're to fetch them a cask of wine, like last time.
Well... Yes, it's true.
I'd like to help you.
Would you really do it? To get hold of the wine, we'll have to leave the monastery for a bit. If wine started going missing here, someone would notice. But to leave the monastery, we need the keys. And only the prior has those.
Wait a moment. Are you saying I'm supposed to steal the prior's keys so I can go and steal wine somewhere else?
Well, you see why I don't want to do it myself now, do you? I don't have what it takes. I can't get those keys, but you could. Or you might be able to pick the locks.
But you've done it once before, haven't you?
Last time the prior was sick, and he left the monastery keys in the Circator's care. So they unlocked the gates for me.
How? Do you think he'll want to?
No, but he could give some advice, or maybe once you have the key or some.
About those.
Did you get them?
Yes, I have them.
In that case, come before midnight to the cloister garden. I'll be waiting for you there, and we'll head off.
Let him not love one more than another.
What do you desire?
I've discovered something about the wrongs being committed here.
I see. Tell me more.
The Circators go into the cellar at night to drink wine.
I thought so. John always reeks of it. And he wants to be abbot. Hypocrite. Perhaps if you told the prior, that would clip John's wings.
Brother Yodok has been stealing wine for the Cicators so they can drink.
Yodok? Well, that little rat's shown his true colours. Do you know where he's stealing it from?
I don't know, unfortunately.
No matter. You've brought me important information.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else...
I'd like to ask... I'm interested...
You're not alert?
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers think more about their stomachs than prayer. The older brethren bend the rules of the order to make them fit their interests. So, to balance the scales, they want the novices to lead exemplary lives.
What sins are you talking about?
The scripture says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." I'm sorry, Gregor, it's not my place to speak about the sins of others.
I'll be interested to know more.
I don't like to speak ill of people, but Circuitor John is the worst person the monks could pick to represent them. He's nothing but an old skip. He's won the older brethren over because they know he won't call an end to their debauchery.
That's all.
Peace be with you.
superior, it should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for coarse jests and idle words...
Brother, you were some... Now,
Let us do what the prophet says. I said, I will guard my ways, that I may not sin with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth. I was mute and was humbled and kept silence. In much you will not escape sin. In another place, death and life. For speaking the master, the disciples depart.
What is it, bro?
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting. Concoct. Once you finish them, you'll find me. Talk to me, brother.
I finished.
Show me what spectacular. God be with you.
Talk to me.
I'm here to.
Excellent.
Ah, great.
Not a single. Here the prophet
Salve,
shows
Domine.
that if the spirit of silence ought to lead us at times to refrain even from good speech, so much the more ought the punishment of sin. And in another place, death and life are power and power. For speaking and teaching belong to the master. It should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for coarse jests and idle words, or words that move to laughter, these we condemn everywhere with a perpetual ban. And for such conversation we do not permit a disciple to open his mouth. Hey, who's there?